Welcome to tonight's journey into the enchanting world of Grimm stories and German folklore. I'm Russell, your guide for this evening. As you settle into your bed and prepare for a night of restful sleep, allow the timeless tales of the brothers Grimm to transport you to a world where magic, mystery, and wisdom intertwine. These stories, passed down through generations, carry with them the essence of ancient forests, enchanted castles, and the lessons learned from life's trials and triumphs. Now, let's begin by letting go of the day's worries and finding peace in the present moment. Together, we'll explore the rich landscapes of German folklore, where each story will gently guide you toward a deeper state of relaxation. As we embark on this journey, let your mind unwind and your body sink into a state of calm, ready to embrace the soothing embrace of sleep. Close your eyes and take a deep breath in through your nose, and slowly exhale through your mouth. Feel the cool air filling your lungs, and as you release the breath, imagine all tension melting away from your body. Allow your shoulders to drop, your hands to rest softly by your sides, and your legs to feel heavy and grounded. Imagine now that you are standing at the edge of an ancient, enchanted forest. The trees are tall and majestic, their leaves whispering gently in the breeze. You feel safe and protected here, surrounded by the wisdom of the ages. As you begin to walk down a soft, moss-covered path, the earthy scent of the forest floor fills your senses, grounding you deeper into relaxation. With each step you feel more and more at ease, the cares of the world slipping away. You hear the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant sound of a babbling brook, all lulling you into a serene state of peace. You notice the soft glow of fireflies dancing around you, guiding your way deeper into the heart of this magical forest. As you walk, your mind clears, and a sense of deep calm washes over you. You feel the warmth of the earth beneath your feet, the cool breeze on your skin, and the comforting presence of the forest surrounding you. You are completely at ease, ready to listen to the ancient tales that will carry you off to sleep. Story 1. The Tale of the Frog King, also known as the Frog Prince, is one of the most beloved stories in the Brothers Grimm's collection, and it has been cherished for generations. It is a story that weaves together elements of magic, transformation, and the power of promises. As we settle into the comfort of our beds, let's journey together into the world of this timeless fairy tale, where a simple frog and a young princess teach us about the importance of keeping one's word and the transformative power of love and kindness. Once upon a time, in a kingdom far away, there lived a young princess who was known throughout the land for her beauty and grace. She had golden hair that shimmered in the sunlight, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue waters of a mountain lake. The princess lived in a grand palace with her father, the king, who loved her dearly. Although she was surrounded by all the comforts and luxuries that royal life could offer, the princess had a favourite pastime that brought her the most joy, playing with the golden ball. This golden ball was no ordinary toy. It was the princess's most prized possession, a gift from her father on her last birthday. She would often spend hours in the palace gardens, tossing the ball high into the air and catching it as it fell back down. The golden ball was a source of endless delight for the princess, and she never went anywhere without it. One warm summer afternoon, as the princess played with her golden ball near a cool, shady fountain in the palace garden, something unexpected happened. She threw the ball higher than usual, and it slipped through her fingers as she reached to catch it. The ball fell to the ground, bounced once, and then rolled into the deep, clear waters of the fountain. The princess watched in dismay as her beloved golden ball disappeared beneath the surface, sinking out of sight. Distraught, the princess knelt by the edge of the fountain and began to cry. Her tears fell into the water, rippling the surface, as she lamented the loss of her treasured toy. "Oh, my dear golden ball," she sobbed, "how I wish I could have you back. I would give anything to hold you in my hands again." As the princess wept, a curious sound reached her ears, a soft croaking, followed by a splash. She looked up and saw a small, green frog swimming toward her. The frog's eyes gleamed like tiny emeralds, and his skin was smooth and shiny. He swam closer to the princess until he was just beneath the surface of the water, gazing up at her with a curious expression. "Why are you crying, dear princess?" the frog asked in a gentle, croaky voice. "Your tears are so sad that they make even the water lilies droop." The princess was startled to hear the frog speak, for she had never encountered a creature like him before. But she was so upset about losing her golden ball that she answered him without hesitation. "I have lost my golden ball," she explained, her voice trembling with sorrow. "It fell into the fountain, and now it is gone forever." The frog thought for a moment, then smiled a wide, froggy smile. "Perhaps I can help you," he said. "I am a good swimmer, and I can dive deep into the fountain. I could fetch your golden ball for you." The princess's eyes widened with hope. "Oh, would you?" she asked eagerly. "I would be ever so grateful." The frog nodded, but before he leapt into the water, he made a request. "I will retrieve your golden ball, but in return I would like something from you." The princess, anxious to have her ball back, quickly agreed. "Anything you wish," she promised. "Just bring me my golden ball, and I will give you whatever you ask." The frog's eyes twinkled mischievously as he made his request. "I do not seek riches or jewels," he said. "Instead, I ask that you allow me to be your companion. Let me eat from your plate, drink from your cup, and sleep on your pillow. If you agree to this, I will dive into the fountain and retrieve your golden ball." The princess hesitated, taken aback by the frog's unusual request. The idea of sharing her meals and her bed with a frog was not at all appealing to her, but the thought of losing her golden ball forever was even worse. So, without giving it much thought, she agreed to the frog's terms. "Very well," she said. "I promise you that you may be my companion if you bring back my golden ball." With a satisfied croak, the frog plunged into the water. The princess watched as he swam down to the bottom of the fountain, his little legs kicking swiftly through the clear water. After what seemed like an eternity, the frog reappeared at the surface, holding the golden ball in his mouth. He swam back to the edge of the fountain and spat the ball onto the grassy bank. The princess could hardly contain her joy. She picked up the golden ball and held it close to her chest, feeling its comforting weight in her hands. Thank you," she exclaimed, her tears of sorrow now replaced with tears of happiness. Without another word, she turned and ran back to the palace, eager to return to her play. But the frog was not about to be forgotten. "Wait, Princess," he called after her, hopping along as quickly as his short legs would carry him. "You promised that I could be your companion." The princess did not stop. she hurried back to the palace, pretending not to hear the frog's pleas. After all, she thought to herself, a promise made to a frog wasn't a real promise. How could she be expected to keep such a ridiculous promise? That evening, as the princess sat down to dinner with her father, there came a soft knock at the door. A servant opened it, and to everyone's surprise, there stood the little frog, looking up at them with his bright green eyes. The princess's heart sank as she realized that the frog had followed her all the way to the palace. She had hoped he would forget about their agreement, but here he was, ready to claim what she had promised. "Princess," the frog croaked from the doorway, "I have come to remind you of your promise. You said I could be your companion, and now I ask that you honor your word." The king, who had been listening in astonishment, turned to his daughter. "Is this true?" he asked. "Did you make a promise to this frog?" The princess nodded reluctantly, unable to deny it. "Yes, father," she admitted. "I promised that if he fetched my golden ball from the fountain, he could be my companion. But I never thought he would actually come to the palace." The king looked at his daughter with a stern expression. "A promise is a promise, my dear," he said. "You must honor your word, even if it was given to a frog. Invite him in and treat him as your guest." Though she was reluctant, the princess did as her father commanded. She invited the frog to join her at the table, and though it was difficult for her, she allowed him to eat from her plate and drink from her cup, just as she had promised. The frog, for his part, was polite and well-mannered, though his presence made the princess feel uncomfortable. After dinner, when it was time for bed, the frog reminded the princess of the final part of their agreement. "I would like to sleep on your pillow tonight," he said. The princess was horrified at the thought, but remembering her father's words, she knew she could not go back on her promise. So with great reluctance, she carried the frog to her room and placed him on her soft, silken pillow. She climbed into bed beside him, trying to ignore the strange feeling of having a cold, slimy frog so close to her. As she lay there, unable to sleep, the princess began to weep softly. She felt trapped by her promise, and the presence of the frog made her miserable. But the frog, noticing her tears, spoke to her gently. "Do not cry, dear princess," he said. "I will not always be a frog. If you show me kindness and keep your promises, something wonderful may happen." The princess was puzzled by the frog's words, but too tired to question him further. Eventually her exhaustion overcame her, and she fell asleep. In the middle of the night, something remarkable happened. The princess awoke to find that the frog was no longer beside her. Instead, in his place was a handsome prince, who looked at her with kind, grateful eyes. The prince explained that he had been under an enchantment, cursed to live as a frog until he could find someone who would love him and keep a promise to him. The princess's kindness, though reluctant, had broken the spell, and he was now free to live as a man once more. The princess, who had initially been repulsed by the frog, now saw the prince for who he truly was: kind, noble, and deserving of her affection. Over time, their friendship blossomed into love, and they were soon married in a grand celebration attended by all the kingdom. The story of the Frog King teaches us that true beauty lies within, and that keeping our promises, even when difficult, can lead to the most unexpected and wonderful outcomes. As we drift into dreamland, let us remember the importance of kindness, honesty, and the magic that comes from honouring our word. Story 2. In the heart of a deep, dark forest, there lived a poor woodcutter with his wife and 2 children. The children, a boy named Hansel and a girl named Gretel, were inseparable. Hansel, the elder of the 2, was clever and resourceful, always looking out for his younger sister. Gretel, with her gentle spirit and kind heart, adored her brother and trusted him completely. Despite their poverty, the family found joy in each other's company, but times were hard, and the little food they had was often not enough to fill their hungry bellies. The woodcutter, though a loving father, was troubled by the growing hunger in his household. One cold evening, after a long day of work that yielded little, he sat by the fire with his wife, discussing their dire situation. The wife, who was not the children's birth mother but their stepmother, spoke in hushed tones, her voice filled with desperation. "We cannot continue like this," she whispered, her voice trembling. "There is not enough food for all of us. We must do something, or we will all perish." The woodcutter, torn between his love for his children and the harsh reality of their situation, listened in silence. His wife continued, her words chilling in their practicality. "We must take the children deep into the forest and leave them there. They are strong and clever. They will find their way to someone who can care for them." The woodcutter's heart ached at the thought of abandoning his beloved Hansel and Gretel, but he could not see another way. Reluctantly, he agreed to the plan, though it weighed heavily on his conscience. What the parents did not realize was that Hansel and Gretel, lying awake in their small bed, had overheard the entire conversation. Gretel began to weep softly, her tears soaking the thin blanket that covered them. "Don't cry," Gretel, Hansel whispered, wrapping his arms around her. "I will think of something. I will not let them leave us alone in the forest." Hansel, determined to protect his sister, waited until he was sure their parents were asleep. Then he quietly slipped out of bed and crept outside. The moon shone brightly, lighting his way as he gathered small white pebbles from the garden. Hansel filled his pockets with as many as he could carry, then returned to bed, reassuring Gretel with a smile before they both drifted into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, the stepmother woke the children early, her voice unusually kind as she announced that they were going for a walk in the forest to gather wood. Hansel and Gretel, knowing the true purpose of this excursion, dressed quickly and obediently followed their parents into the woods. As they walked deeper and deeper into the forest, Hansel occasionally paused, pretending to tie his shoe or admire a flower. Each time he stopped, he discreetly dropped one of the white pebbles from his pocket, creating a trail that only he and Gretel knew about. After walking for what felt like hours, they reached a clearing in the forest. The stepmother, pointing to a patch of soft moss, suggested they rest while she and the woodcutter went to gather wood. Hansel and Gretel, feigning innocence, sat down and watched as their parents walked away, their figures gradually disappearing into the thick trees. Soon the only sound was the whispering of the wind through the leaves and the distant call of birds. As the sun began to set and the forest grew darker, Gretel clutched Hansel's hand, her fear evident in her wide eyes. "What will we do, Hansel?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Don't worry," Gretel, Hansel replied, his tone calm and reassuring. When the moon rises, we will follow the trail of pebbles I left, and they will lead us back home." True to his word, when the moon cast its silvery light over the forest, the pebbles glistened like tiny stars on the forest floor. Hansel took Gretel's hand, and together they retraced their steps, the white pebbles guiding them safely through the dark woods. By dawn, they had found their way back to the cottage. The woodcutter, who had been racked with guilt all night, was overjoyed to see them. The stepmother, however, was less pleased, but she hid her dismay behind a forced smile. Life continued as it had before, though the stepmother was still consumed by the fear of starvation. A few days later, she convinced the woodcutter to take the children even deeper into the forest. This time, she made sure that Hansel could not gather any pebbles by locking the door to their room at night. When morning came, Hansel and Gretel were again led into the forest. Hansel, unable to collect pebbles, had instead hidden a piece of bread in his pocket. As they walked, he crumbled the bread and dropped the crumbs behind them, hoping to create a new trail to follow. Once again, the children were left alone in a clearing, and once again, night fell, wrapping the forest in darkness. But when they tried to follow the trail of breadcrumbs, they discovered that the forest animals had eaten them all. Without the crumbs to guide them, Hansel and Gretel wandered aimlessly through the forest, their fear growing with each passing hour. For days they wandered, their small hands clutching each other tightly as they ventured deeper into the forest. They grew weak with hunger, and their spirits began to wane. Just when it seemed as though all hope was lost, they stumbled upon a curious sight, a little house made entirely of gingerbread, cakes and sweets. The walls were of sugar, the windows were of clear candy, and the roof was made of chocolate. Overcome by hunger, Hansel and Gretel approached the house, their eyes wide with wonder. They began to nibble on the delicious walls, tearing off pieces of candy and cake, savouring the sweet taste that filled their mouths. As they ate, they heard a voice from inside the house, a soft, kind voice that beckoned them closer. "Nibble, nibble, little mouse. Who is nibbling at my house?" the voice sang. Startled, Hansel and Gretel froze, but their hunger drove them forward. "It's only the wind, the heavenly child," they answered, their voices trembling. The door of the house creaked open, and out stepped an old woman, stooped with age but smiling warmly at the children. Her eyes gleamed with a kindness that put them at ease. "Come in, my dears," she said, her voice as sweet as the treats that covered her house. "You must be hungry and tired. Come inside and rest, and I will give you a proper meal." Hansel and Gretel, trusting the old woman's kind demeanour, followed her into the house. Inside, they found a cosy room with a crackling fire, a table laden with delicious food, and soft beds with fluffy pillows. The children could hardly believe their luck. They ate their fill, warm and content, before curling up in the comfortable beds. For the first time in days they felt safe and secure, and soon they drifted off into a deep, peaceful sleep. But what the children did not know was that the old woman was not as kind as she appeared. In truth, she was a wicked witch who had built the gingerbread house to lure children into her trap. She was a master of deception, hiding her true intentions behind a friendly smile and a comforting voice. As Hansel and Gretel slept, the witch's thoughts were consumed with her dark plan. The next morning, the witch revealed her true nature. With surprising strength, she grabbed Hansel and locked him in a cage, then turned to Gretel with a wicked grin. "Your brother will make a fine meal," the witch cackled, her eyes gleaming with malice. "But first he must be fattened up. As for you, my dear, you will help me prepare the feast." Gretel was terrified, but she knew she had to be brave for Hansel's sake. Every day, the witch fed Hansel the choicest foods, hoping to fatten him up quickly. But clever Hansel, knowing the witch could not see well, tricked her by sticking out a thin bone whenever she came to check if he was ready to be cooked. The witch, frustrated by the lack of progress, grew impatient. Finally, the witch could wait no longer. "Today I will cook your brother, whether he is fat or thin," she declared. She ordered Gretel to light the oven, intending to bake her first. Gretel, realizing this was her chance to outwit the witch, pretended not to understand how to light the oven. "Stupid girl," the witch snarled. "I'll show you how it's done." She leaned over to light the fire herself, but at that moment Gretel summoned all her courage and pushed the witch into the oven, slamming the door shut behind her. The witch's screams echoed through the house, but soon all was silent. Gretel, her heart pounding with fear and relief, quickly freed Hansel from his cage. The siblings embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They had defeated the wicked witch and were finally free. As they searched the house, they discovered that the witch had hoarded a great treasure of jewels and gold. Hansel and Gretel gathered as much as they could carry, knowing that this treasure would help their family start anew. With their pockets full and their spirits lifted, Hansel and Gretel set off through the forest, hoping to find their way back home. They walked for hours, but this time fate was kind to them. As they rounded a bend in the forest path, they saw their father's cottage in the distance. The woodcutter, who had been grieving for his lost children, could hardly believe his eyes when he saw Hansel and Gretel approaching. He ran to meet them, embracing them with tears of joy. The children shared their story, and the woodcutter listened with amazement, his heart swelling with pride at their bravery and cleverness. From that day forward, the woodcutter, Hansel and Gretel lived happily together, never wanting for anything again. The wicked stepmother had disappeared, and the treasure they had brought home ensured that they would never go hungry. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, let the gentle story of Hansel and Gretel remind you that even in the darkest of times there is hope. With courage, cleverness, and a kind heart, we can overcome the most daunting challenges and find our way back to the warmth and safety of home. Story 3. In a land where dreams intertwined with reality, there lived a young girl named Cinderella. Her story, filled with both sorrow and hope, has been passed down through the generations, captivating hearts with its blend of hardship, magic, and the triumph of goodness over cruelty. Tonight, as you settle into the comfort of your bed, let this gentle retelling of Cinderella's journey guide you into a state of relaxation and rest, where the magic of her tale soothes your mind and eases you into a peaceful sleep. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a vast forest, there lived a kind and beautiful girl named Cinderella. She had lost her mother at a young age, and her father, seeking companionship and care for his daughter, remarried. The woman he chose, however, was not kind-hearted. She was a widow with 2 daughters of her own, and though she presented herself as a loving mother, her true nature was far different. Cinderella's stepmother, envious of the girl's natural grace and beauty, soon revealed her true colours. She forced Cinderella to do all the household chores, treating her more like a servant than a daughter. The stepmother's daughters, who were just as cruel and vain as their mother, took great pleasure in making Cinderella's life miserable. They dressed in the finest clothes and were given every luxury, while Cinderella was made to wear rags and sleep on a bed of straw in the attic. Despite the harsh treatment she endured, Cinderella remained gentle and kind. She did her work without complaint, always with a smile on her face. She found solace in the small pleasures of life, the warmth of the sun on her skin, the songs of birds outside her window, and the company of the animals that lived around the house. The birds, mice, and even the old horse in the stable became her closest friends, offering her comfort and companionship when she needed it most. Cinderella's life, though filled with hardship, was also touched by moments of quiet magic. Her late mother had been a wise and loving woman, and on her deathbed she had told Cinderella to always be good and kind, promising that she would be blessed if she kept these virtues close to her heart. Remembering her mother's words, Cinderella maintained her gentle spirit, and in return, the world around her seemed to respond with small miracles. The animals in the garden would bring her seeds and berries, the wind would carry her worries away, and the stars above seemed to twinkle just a little brighter whenever she looked up at them. One day news spread throughout the village that the king was hosting a grand ball at the palace. The purpose of the ball was to find a suitable bride for the prince, who was said to be as handsome as he was noble. All the young women in the kingdom were invited, and the excitement was palpable. Cinderella's stepsisters could hardly contain their glee at the thought of attending such a grand event. They spent days preparing, trying on dress after dress, and discussing how they might capture the prince's heart. Cinderella, too, longed to attend the ball. She had never seen the palace, and the idea of wearing a beautiful gown and dancing in a grand ballroom filled her with longing. But when she expressed her desire to go, her stepmother laughed cruelly. "How could you possibly attend the ball?" Cinderella, her stepmother, sneered. "You have no dress, no jewels, and no shoes fit for such an event. Besides, you must stay home and tend to the chores." Her stepsisters joined in the mockery, and Cinderella's heart sank. She knew they were right. She had nothing to wear and no means to get to the palace. As she helped her stepsisters prepare for the ball, her own hopes of attending slowly faded away. The night of the ball arrived, and the stepmother and stepsisters departed in their finest attire, leaving Cinderella alone in the house. Once they were gone, Cinderella couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She sat by the hearth, her face buried in her hands, as her tears fell onto the cold, hard floor. Just as her despair seemed overwhelming, a soft light filled the room. Cinderella looked up in surprise and saw a woman standing before her. She was dressed in a shimmering gown, and her eyes sparkled with kindness. This was Cinderella's fairy godmother, who had come to help her in her time of need. "Why are you crying, my dear?" the fairy godmother asked gently. Cinderella, wiping away her tears, explained how she had longed to go to the ball, but had no way to make it happen. The fairy godmother smiled warmly. "Dry your tears, Cinderella. You shall go to the ball, and you will go in style." With a wave of her wand, the fairy godmother transformed a nearby pumpkin into a magnificent carriage, complete with golden wheels and plush seats. She then turned to the mice that had been Cinderella's faithful companions, transforming them into 6 beautiful horses to pull the carriage. The old horse in the stable became a stately coachman, and the lizards in the garden were transformed into footmen dressed in fine livery. Finally, the fairy godmother turned her attention to Cinderella herself. With another wave of her wand, Cinderella's rags were transformed into the most exquisite gown she had ever seen. It was made of silk and satin, in the softest shades of blue, and it sparkled as if it were woven from the very light of the stars. On her feet appeared a pair of delicate glass slippers, so light and comfortable that they felt like air. Cinderella could hardly believe her eyes. She twirled around, marvelling at her transformation, and for the first time in her life, she felt like a princess. "You look beautiful, my dear," the fairy godmother said with a smile. "But remember, this magic will only last until midnight. At the stroke of 12, everything will return to its original form. So be sure to leave the ball before the clock strikes 12. Cinderella nodded, overwhelmed with gratitude. She thanked her fairy godmother and stepped into the carriage. As the horses began to move, carrying her toward the palace, Cinderella felt as if she were floating on a cloud. The night was filled with possibilities, and for the first time in a long time, she allowed herself to dream. When Cinderella arrived at the palace, the sight that greeted her was more magnificent than anything she could have imagined. The grand ballroom was filled with candlelight, and the walls were adorned with tapestries of gold and silver. The guests, dressed in their finest attire, moved gracefully across the marble floor as an orchestra played soft, enchanting music. As Cinderella entered the ballroom, all eyes turned to her. The guests whispered among themselves, wondering who this mysterious and beautiful young woman could be. Even her stepsisters, who did not recognize her, were captivated by her beauty. But it was the prince who was most enchanted. The moment he saw Cinderella, he knew that she was someone special. Without hesitation, the prince crossed the room and bowed deeply before Cinderella. "May I have this dance?" he asked, his voice filled with admiration. Cinderella, her heart fluttering, accepted his offer with a smile. As they began to dance, it felt as though the world around them had faded away. The music, the other guests, even the grand ballroom itself, all seemed to disappear, leaving only the two of them, moving together in perfect harmony. The prince and Cinderella danced together for the rest of the evening, their connection growing with each step. They spoke little, for words seemed unnecessary. The prince, who had danced with many others that night, found himself completely captivated by Cinderella's grace, her kindness, and the quiet strength in her eyes. But as the night wore on, Cinderella glanced at the clock and saw that it was nearly midnight. Panic seized her as she remembered the fairy godmother's warning. She knew she had to leave before the magic faded, but the thought of parting from the prince was almost unbearable. "I must go," Cinderella said, pulling away from the prince as the clock began to chime. "Wait," the prince called after her, but Cinderella could not stop. She fled from the ballroom, her heart pounding, as the clock continued to chime. In her haste, she lost one of her glass slippers on the grand staircase, but she dared not turn back to retrieve it. The prince chased after her, but by the time he reached the palace steps, Cinderella had disappeared into the night. All that remained was the glass slipper, which he picked up with a sense of determination. He vowed to find the mysterious young woman, no matter what it took. Cinderella's carriage sped away from the palace, and just as it reached the edge of the forest, the clock struck 12. The magic faded, and Cinderella found herself once again in her rags, with the old horse pulling a battered cart. The mice scurried back to their places, and the lizards slipped away into the night. Cinderella returned home, breathless and overwhelmed by the events of the evening. She tucked the remaining glass slipper under her pillow and drifted into a deep sleep, her dreams filled with the memory of the prince's gentle eyes and the warmth of his hand in hers. The next morning, the kingdom was abuzz with news. The prince had declared that he would marry the woman who fit the glass slipper, and he sent his servants to search every home in the land. Cinderella's stepmother and stepsisters were beside themselves with excitement, each convinced that she would be the one to capture the prince's heart. When the prince's servant arrived at Cinderella's home, the stepsisters eagerly tried on the slipper, but it was too small for both. They pinched and squeezed, but no amount of effort could make the slipper fit. The servant was about to leave when Cinderella quietly stepped forward. "May I try the slipper?" she asked softly. The stepsisters scoffed, but the servant nodded, and to everyone's amazement, the slipper slid perfectly onto Cinderella's foot. She then pulled the matching slipper from her pocket and placed it on her other foot. In that moment, the servant knew he had found the prince's true love. Cinderella was brought to the palace, where the prince greeted her with joy and relief. He had found the woman who had captured his heart, and they were married in a grand celebration that was the talk of the kingdom. The prince and Cinderella lived happily ever after, their love a shining example of the magic that can happen when kindness, hope, and dreams are allowed to flourish. As you close your eyes tonight, let the gentle story of Cinderella remind you that even in the face of hardship, there is always hope. With a kind heart and a little bit of magic, dreams can come true, and love can light the way to a brighter tomorrow. May this peaceful tale bring you comfort and ease as you drift into a restful sleep where your own dreams can take flight. Story 4. In a kingdom long ago, nestled among rolling hills and verdant forests, there lived a queen whose beauty was matched only by her kindness. She ruled her land with grace and wisdom, but there was one longing that even her gentle heart could not ease, the desire for a child. One winter's day, as she sat by the window embroidering, she pricked her finger with the needle. 3 drops of blood fell onto the snow-covered ground outside, and the queen, moved by the sight, whispered a wish. "If only I could have a daughter with skin as white as snow, lips as red as blood, and hair as black as ebony," she murmured, her voice soft as the falling snowflakes. As if by magic, the queen's wish was granted. Soon after, she gave birth to a beautiful baby girl who had skin as white as snow, lips as red as blood, and hair as black as ebony. The queen named her Snow White, and the child quickly became the light of her life. But sadly, the queen did not live long after giving birth, and her passing left a shadow over the once joyous kingdom. The king, grieving the loss of his beloved queen, eventually remarried. His new wife was also beautiful, but she was as vain and cold-hearted as the first queen had been kind. This new queen possessed a magical mirror that she prized above all else. Every day she would stand before it and ask, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, Who is the fairest of them all? For years, the mirror always answered, "You, my queen, are the fairest of them all." This answer pleased the queen greatly, for she could not bear the thought of anyone surpassing her beauty. As Snow White grew older, she blossomed into a young woman whose beauty and grace far outshone that of her stepmother. Her gentle nature and sweet disposition endeared her to everyone she met, and she became beloved by the people of the kingdom. One day, when the queen stood before her mirror and asked her usual question, she was shocked by its reply. "Thou, O queen, art fair, 'tis true, but Snow White is fairer still than you." The queen's heart was filled with jealousy and rage. How dare anyone, especially her stepdaughter, be more beautiful than she? The thought consumed her, and she could not bear the idea of being second in beauty to anyone. Her envy grew so strong that she decided Snow White must be eliminated. The queen summoned a huntsman and commanded him to take Snow White into the forest, where he was to kill her and bring back her heart as proof. The huntsman, though loyal to the queen, was horrified by the order. Snow White was innocent and kind, and he could not bring himself to harm her. However, he had no choice but to obey the queen's command. The next day the huntsman led Snow White deep into the forest. As they walked, Snow White admired the beauty of the trees and the sound of the birds singing in the branches above. She had no idea of the terrible fate that awaited her. When they reached a secluded glade, the huntsman stopped, and with a heavy heart he drew his knife. "Forgive me, princess," the huntsman said, his voice trembling. "I have been ordered by the queen to take your life." Snow White looked at him with wide, innocent eyes, not understanding what she had done to deserve such a fate. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she fell to her knees, begging for her life. "Please, spare me," she cried. "I have done no wrong. Let me live, and I will run far away and never return." The huntsman, moved by her pleas and unable to carry out the queen's cruel command, dropped his knife. "Run, Snow White," he whispered urgently. "Run far away and never return to the palace. The queen must never know that you are still alive." Snow White thanked the huntsman with tears in her eyes, then fled into the forest, her heart pounding with fear and sorrow. The huntsman, knowing he could not return to the queen empty-handed, killed a deer and took its heart to the queen, telling her that it was Snow White's. The queen, believing that Snow White was dead, was satisfied and turned her attention back to her mirror. Meanwhile, Snow White wandered through the forest, lost and frightened. The trees seemed to close in around her, and the sounds of the forest filled her with dread. But as the night fell, the forest began to change. The darkness that had seemed so menacing now felt peaceful, and the stars twinkling above guided her steps. She walked until she could walk no more, and just when she thought she could go no further, she came upon a small cottage nestled among the trees. The cottage was quaint and charming, with a thatched roof and a small garden out front. Snow White, exhausted from her journey, knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Hesitantly, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior of the cottage was cozy and warm, with a fire crackling in the hearth and 7 little beds lined up against the wall. Everything in the cottage was small, as if it had been made for children. Snow White, feeling safe for the first time since she had fled the palace, decided to rest for a while. She chose one of the little beds and lay down, quickly falling into a deep sleep. She did not know that the cottage belonged to 7 dwarfs who worked in the nearby mines, digging for gold and precious gems. Later that evening, the dwarfs returned home, weary from their day's work. As they entered the cottage, they immediately noticed that something was different. The beds had been disturbed, and the scent of food lingered in the air. Cautiously, they searched the cottage, and to their surprise, they found Snow White asleep in one of the beds. The dwarfs, though initially startled by the sight of the young woman in their home, were charmed by her beauty and innocence. They gently woke her, and Snow White, startled at first, soon realized that these kind dwarfs meant her no harm. She explained her story, telling them how she had been forced to flee from the queen's jealousy and cruelty. The dwarfs listened with sympathy and offered Snow White a place in their home. They promised to protect her from the queen and welcomed her into their little family. In return, Snow White helped them with the household chores, cooking, cleaning, and tending to the garden. The days passed peacefully, and Snow White grew to love her new life with the dwarfs. The forest, once a place of fear, became her sanctuary, and the simple, happy life she led with the dwarfs filled her with contentment. Back at the palace, the queen, still obsessed with her beauty, continued to consult her magic mirror. For a time, the mirror continued to assure her that she was the fairest of them all. But one day, when she asked her usual question, the mirror gave her an answer that filled her with rage. "Thou, O Queen, art fair, 'tis true, but Snow White beyond the forest with the 7 dwarfs is fairer still than you." The queen's fury knew no bounds. Snow White was still alive. The queen realized that she had been deceived by the huntsman and vowed to take matters into her own hands. Using her knowledge of dark magic, she concocted a wicked plan to rid herself of Snow White once and for all. Disguising herself as an old peddler woman, the queen travelled to the dwarf's cottage, carrying a basket of poisoned apples. When she arrived, Snow White was alone, for the dwarfs had gone to work in the mines. The queen, still in disguise, offered Snow White one of the apples, praising its sweetness and beauty. Snow White, who had been warned by the dwarfs not to trust strangers, hesitated. But the queen was persuasive, and her disguise was so convincing that Snow White could not see through it. Finally, Snow White took a bite of the apple, and as soon as she did, she fell to the ground, the apple slipping from her hand as she sank into a deep, death-like sleep. The queen, satisfied that Snow White was finally gone, left the cottage, confident that she was now the fairest in the land. But when the dwarfs returned home and found Snow White lying still and cold on the floor, they were heartbroken. They could not bear to bury her, so instead they placed her in a glass coffin and laid her to rest on a hill where they could keep watch over her. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, but Snow White's beauty remained untouched by time. The dwarfs kept vigil by her side, mourning the loss of their beloved friend. Word of Snow White's beauty and the tragic story of her fate spread throughout the land, reaching the ears of a young prince from a neighbouring kingdom. The prince, moved by the tale of Snow White, travelled to the hill where she lay. When he saw her, he was struck by her beauty and the sadness of her story. Overcome with emotion, he knelt beside the glass coffin and gently kissed her on the forehead. At that moment the spell was broken. Snow White's eyes fluttered open, and she awoke from her enchanted sleep. The prince, filled with joy, helped her to her feet, and the dwarfs, who had gathered around, rejoiced at her miraculous awakening. Snow White and the prince soon fell in love, and they were married in a grand celebration that was attended by all the people of the kingdom. The evil queen, upon hearing the news of Snow White's survival and marriage, was consumed by her own jealousy and rage. She fled the kingdom, never to be seen again. Snow White and the prince lived happily ever after, their love a beacon of hope and light that shone through the darkest of times. The dwarfs, who had protected Snow White and cared for her, were honoured guests in the royal court and lived out their days in peace and contentment. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, let the serene story of Snow White remind you that even in the face of envy and cruelty, goodness and love will always prevail. The peaceful ending of this tale is a gentle reminder that there is beauty and hope in the world, and that kindness and courage can overcome even the greatest challenges. May this calming story bring you comfort and peace as you rest, guiding you into a night of sweet dreams and gentle slumber. Story 5. In a small, quiet village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there lived a humble couple who longed for nothing more than a child of their own. For years they had prayed and hoped for this blessing, and finally their prayers were answered. The wife gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, and the parents were filled with joy and gratitude. Their happiness knew no bounds, and they lovingly prepared for the baptism of their precious daughter. The couple had 7 sons who were strong, healthy, and full of life. The boys were all older than their new sister, and they eagerly anticipated her arrival, wanting to care for her and protect her as their beloved sibling. However, as the day of the baptism approached, a small but troubling incident occurred that would change the family's fate forever. On the morning of the baptism, the father called his 7 sons and asked them to fetch water from the well for the christening. The boys, always obedient and eager to please, quickly ran to the well with a jug in hand. However, in their excitement they began to play and quarrel among themselves, jostling and shoving as boys often do. In their roughhousing, the jug slipped from their grasp and fell into the well, shattering on the rocks below. The boys were stricken with fear and shame, knowing that they had failed in their simple task. They dared not return home empty-handed, and so they huddled together, trying to figure out what to do. As time passed and the boys did not return, the father grew anxious and impatient. He glanced out the window and saw that the sun was rising higher in the sky. The baptism was drawing near, and there was still no sign of his sons. Anger and frustration welled up inside him, and without thinking, he cursed the boys for their delay. "Where are those foolish boys?" he muttered under his breath. "I wish they would all turn into ravens, for they are no good as they are." No sooner had the words left his lips than a strange silence fell over the house. The father's anger dissipated, replaced by a deep sense of foreboding. He rushed outside, calling for his sons, but they were nowhere to be found. The only sound that greeted him was the distant cawing of ravens, echoing through the forest. It was then that he realized, with a sinking heart, that his careless words had come true. The father fell to his knees, filled with regret and sorrow. He had lost his 7 sons, and now only his newborn daughter remained. He returned to the house. his heart heavy with grief, and shared the terrible news with his wife. Together they wept for their lost children, and from that day forward the house was filled with an unspoken sadness. The little girl grew up in a loving but somber home. She was cherished by her parents, who did everything they could to protect her from the truth about her brothers. They never spoke of the boys, and the girl grew up unaware that she had ever had siblings. However, as she grew older, she began to notice the traces of sorrow that lingered in her parents' eyes and the way they sometimes spoke in hushed tones when they thought she wasn't listening. One day, when the girl was old enough to understand, she overheard a conversation between her parents that would change her life forever. They were talking quietly, and she heard her mother mention something about her lost brothers. Curious and confused, the girl asked them what they meant. Her parents exchanged glances, and with great reluctance they told her the truth. They explained how her 7 brothers had been turned into ravens by a curse that had come from their father's careless words. The girl listened in stunned silence, her heart aching for the brothers she had never known. But instead of despairing, the girl felt a deep determination rise within her. She knew that she could not rest until she had found her brothers and brought them back home. She begged her parents to tell her everything they knew, and once she had learned all she could, she set out on a journey to find the 7 ravens and break the curse. The girl, though young, was brave and full of resolve. She travelled far and wide, crossing rivers, climbing mountains, and wandering through dense forests. Along the way she encountered many challenges and hardships, but she never wavered in her determination. Her love for her brothers gave her strength, and she knew that she would do whatever it took to save them. After many long days of searching, the girl finally came upon a dark and foreboding mountain. She knew, deep in her heart, that this was where her brothers were hidden. At the base of the mountain, she found an ancient well, its waters shimmering with a strange, magical light. Without hesitation, she dipped her hands into the water and took a drink. As she did, a mysterious force filled her with new strength and knowledge. She suddenly knew what she had to do to break the curse. She climbed the mountain, her feet finding sure footing on the rocky path. When she reached the summit, she found herself standing before a small, enchanted cottage made of stone and covered in ivy. The door was ajar, and from within she heard the faint cawing of ravens. With a deep breath, the girl stepped inside. The interior of the cottage was dark and cold, but she could see 7 black ravens perched on a windowsill, their eyes glowing with a strange light. As she approached, the ravens turned to look at her, their expressions both curious and sad. The girl knew what she had to do. She took the small silver ring from her finger, a gift from her parents, and held it out to the ravens. "This is a token of my love and my promise," she said softly. "I will do whatever it takes to save you." The ravens looked at each other, and then one by one they began to change. Their feathers fell away, and their bodies shimmered with light. Before the girl's astonished eyes, the ravens transformed into 7 young men, her brothers, each as tall and handsome as the day they had been cursed. The brothers, now freed from the curse, gazed at their sister with gratitude and love. They had watched over her from afar for years, and they knew that her courage and determination had saved them. The girl, overwhelmed with joy, embraced her brothers, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Together, the siblings left the enchanted cottage and descended the mountain. The journey home was long, but their hearts were light, and the love they shared guided their steps. When they finally reached the village, their parents could hardly believe their eyes. The father, filled with remorse and joy, embraced his sons, thanking the heavens for their return and for the daughter who had saved them. From that day forward, the family was reunited, and the house that had once been filled with sorrow was now filled with laughter and love. The parents never forgot the lesson they had learned, that words have power, and that love and determination can overcome even the darkest of curses. As you close your eyes tonight and drift into sleep, let the heartwarming tale of the 7 ravens remind you of the power of love, the strength of family, and the importance of never giving up on those you care about. May this cozy narrative bring you comfort and peace, easing your mind and guiding you into a restful and rejuvenating slumber. Story 6. Once upon a time, in a small village on the edge of a vast, mysterious forest, there lived a sweet and gentle girl known to all as Little Red Riding Hood. She earned this charming name because of the bright red cloak with a hood that her grandmother had made for her. She loved the cloak so much that she wore it everywhere, the vibrant colour making her easy to spot as she skipped through the village or wandered along the forest paths. Little Red Riding Hood was beloved by all who knew her, for she was kind-hearted, always smiling, and quick to lend a helping hand. One day, Little Red Riding Hood's mother called her into the kitchen, where she was busy preparing a basket of food. The warm aroma of freshly baked bread and sweet, ripe fruits filled the room. Little Red Riding Hood's mother smiled as she placed a cloth over the basket to keep its contents warm. "Your grandmother is not feeling well," her mother explained. "I want you to take this basket of food to her. It will help her feel better. But remember, my dear, the forest can be a dangerous place. Stay on the path and don't talk to strangers." Little Red Riding Hood nodded eagerly. She loved her grandmother dearly and was always excited to visit her. The thought of surprising her with a basket of her favourite treats filled Little Red Riding Hood with joy. She took the basket from her mother and set off on the familiar path that led through the forest to her grandmother's cottage. The morning was bright and cheerful, with the sun casting dappled shadows on the path through the trees. Birds sang merrily from the branches above, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a peaceful melody that accompanied Little Red Riding Hood on her journey. The forest, though dense and full of secrets, felt like an old friend to her, and she skipped along the path without a care in the world. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Little Red Riding Hood came across a patch of wildflowers growing beside the path. The flowers were so beautiful with their delicate petals of blue, yellow and white that she couldn't resist picking a few to add to the basket for her grandmother. She carefully stepped off the path, moving deeper into the forest to gather the prettiest blooms. While she was busy picking flowers, a figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. It was a wolf, large and imposing, with sharp eyes that gleamed with cunning. The wolf had been watching Little Red Riding Hood from a distance, intrigued by the sight of the cheerful girl in her bright red cloak. Silently he approached her, his steps as light as a whisper on the forest floor. "Good morning, little girl," the wolf said in a voice as smooth as silk. Startled, Little Red Riding Hood looked up from her flowers and saw the wolf standing nearby. She had never seen a creature like him before, and though she was a little nervous, She remembered her mother's advice and tried to be polite. "Good morning, Mr. Wolf," she replied, her voice as sweet as honey. "And where are you going on this fine day?" the wolf asked, his sharp eyes glinting with interest. "I'm going to visit my grandmother, Little Red Riding Hood," answered, her smile returning. "She's not feeling well, and I'm bringing her this basket of food to help her get better." The wolf's ears perked up at this. "How kind of you," he said, his voice dripping with false sincerity. "And where does your grandmother live?" "She lives in the little cottage at the edge of the forest," Little Red Riding Hood replied innocently, pointing in the direction of the path. "It's just beyond the old oak tree." The wolf smiled a wide, toothy grin, though it was not a smile of kindness. "What a lovely idea," he said. "I'm sure your grandmother will be delighted to see you." With that, the wolf tipped his head in farewell and disappeared into the trees, moving swiftly and silently through the forest. Little Red Riding Hood watched him go, then returned to her task of picking flowers, unaware of the danger that now loomed ahead. The wolf, driven by his own cunning plan, took a shortcut through the forest, his powerful legs carrying him quickly to the grandmother's cottage. When he arrived, he knocked on the door, and a frail voice called from inside. "Who's it?" asked the grandmother, her voice weak from illness. "It's me, Little Red Riding Hood," the wolf replied, doing his best to mimic the girl's sweet voice. "I've brought you a basket of food." The grandmother, too tired to get out of bed, called out, "Come in, my dear. The door is unlocked." The wolf pushed the door open and stepped inside, his sharp eyes scanning the cozy room. The grandmother, lying in bed, looked up in surprise as the wolf approached, but before she could cry out, he pounced. In one swift movement, the wolf swallowed her whole, leaving no trace of the kind old woman behind. Satisfied with his meal, the wolf put on the grandmother's nightcap and glasses, then climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to his chin. He settled in, knowing that Little Red Riding Hood would soon arrive. It wasn't long before Little Red Riding Hood, with her basket of food and a bouquet of flowers, reached the cottage. She knocked on the door, and a strange, raspy voice answered. "Who is it?" the voice called out, but it sounded different from her grandmother's usual tone. "It's me, Little Red Riding Hood," she replied. "I've brought you some food and flowers, Grandma." "Come in, my dear," the voice said, though it was more of a growl than a gentle invitation. Little Red Riding Hood hesitated for a moment, a shiver running down her spine. The voice didn't sound quite right, but she shrugged it off, thinking her grandmother's illness must have made her voice hoarse. She opened the door and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, the curtains drawn against the bright sunlight outside. Little Red Riding Hood approached the bed, where her grandmother lay under the covers, her face half hidden by the nightcap and glasses. "Hello, Grandma," she said softly, setting the basket down on the bedside table. "I brought you some food to help you feel better." "Thank you, my dear," the wolf replied, trying to sound like the grandmother. "Come closer, child. Let me see you better." As Little Red Riding Hood moved closer, she noticed that something seemed different about her grandmother. She frowned, studying the face that peeked out from beneath the cap. "Grandmother, what big ears you have," she exclaimed, taking a step closer. "The better to hear you with, my dear," the wolf replied, his voice low and gravelly. "And grandmother, what big eyes you have, Little Red Riding Hood said, her unease growing. "The better to see you with, my dear," the wolf answered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "And grandmother, what big teeth you have, Little Red Riding Hood," gasped, now realizing that something was terribly wrong. "The better to eat you with," the wolf roared, throwing off the covers and lunging at the girl. Little Red Riding Hood screamed and tried to run, but the wolf was too fast. Just as he was about to grab her, the door to the cottage burst open, and in rushed a woodcutter who had been passing by. He had heard Little Red Riding Hood scream and had come to help. With a mighty swing of his axe, the woodcutter struck the wolf, saving Little Red Riding Hood just in time. The wolf fell to the ground, and with one last breath, he lay still. The woodcutter quickly checked to make sure that Little Red Riding Hood was safe, then turned his attention to the bed where the wolf had been lying. He had a feeling that the grandmother might still be alive, trapped inside the wolf's belly. Carefully, the woodcutter cut open the wolf's stomach, and to everyone's relief, the grandmother emerged, shaken but unharmed. She thanked the woodcutter profusely, and Little Red Riding Hood, with tears of gratitude in her eyes, hugged him tightly. "Thank you for saving us," Little Red Riding Hood said, her voice trembling with emotion. The woodcutter smiled kindly. "It's all right now, little one. The wolf won't bother anyone ever again." The grandmother, though weak from her ordeal, managed to sit up and embrace her granddaughter. "I'm so glad you're safe," she whispered, holding Little Red Riding Hood close. The three of them sat together for a while, the danger having passed and the warmth of their love for each other filling the room. Little Red Riding Hood promised her grandmother that she would always listen to her mother's advice and never stray from the path again. After a while, the woodcutter helped the grandmother back into bed, and Little Red Riding Hood unpacked the basket, laying out the food she had brought. They shared a simple meal, their hearts lightened by the knowledge that they were all safe and together. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Little Red Riding Hood knew it was time to return home. She kissed her grandmother goodbye, promising to visit again soon, and thanked the woodcutter once more before heading back along the forest path. This time she stayed on the path, humming softly to herself as she walked. The forest, which had seemed so dark and frightening earlier, now felt peaceful and familiar. The birds sang sweetly, and the trees swayed gently in the evening breeze. Story 7. In a faraway kingdom, long ago, there lived a king and queen who were blessed with 12 strong and handsome sons. The boys were the pride and joy of their parents, and they grew up in a castle surrounded by love and care. Each of the 12 brothers was unique, with his own talents and qualities, but they all shared a deep bond of brotherhood that made them inseparable. The king, who loved his sons dearly, often spoke of how proud he was of them and how he looked forward to the day when they would grow up to become noble men, each contributing to the prosperity of the kingdom. As the years passed, the queen gave birth to another child, a daughter this time, whom they named Lily. She was as beautiful as a flower and as delicate as a spring breeze, with golden hair and bright blue eyes that sparkled with innocence. The birth of Lily brought great joy to the queen, but it also brought with it a prophecy that cast a shadow over the happiness of the royal family. An old woman, wise in the ways of magic and fate, visited the queen shortly after Lily's birth. She warned the queen that if the baby girl were to survive and grow up, she would one day bring about the downfall of her 12 brothers. The queen, horrified by this prophecy, was consumed with fear. She loved her sons deeply and could not bear the thought of anything happening to them. In her desperation, the queen made a secret decision. She ordered 12 small coffins to be made, one for each of her sons. She hid them away in a dark, secret chamber of the castle, and there she placed the coffins, fearing the worst. However, she could not bring herself to harm her sons, and so she waited, hoping that the prophecy would never come to pass. The years went by, and Lily grew into a beautiful and kind-hearted young girl. She was loved by everyone who knew her, but the queen could never shake the fear that hung over her heart. The 12 brothers, now young men, adored their sister and often played with her in the gardens of the castle. Unbeknownst to them, their fate had been sealed by the prophecy spoken at Lily's birth. One day, the king was away on a journey, and the queen was left alone with her fears. She could no longer keep her secret, and called for her eldest son, telling him of the prophecy. She explained that if Lily were to live, the brothers would perish, but if she were to die, they would be saved. The eldest brother, shocked and heartbroken, vowed to protect his sister at all costs. Realizing the danger they were in, the eldest brother called his siblings together. He told them what their mother had revealed and urged them to leave the castle before the prophecy could come true. The 12 brothers, united in their love for each other and their sister, agreed to leave. They fled into the forest, vowing to protect themselves and Lily from the dark fate that awaited them. The brothers built a home deep in the heart of the forest, far from the castle and the prophecy that threatened their lives. They lived simply, hunting for food and caring for one another. They often thought of their sister, whom they missed dearly, but they knew that staying away was the only way to keep her safe. They agreed that if Lily ever found them, they would be reunited, but until then, they would remain hidden. Lily grew up without any knowledge of the prophecy or the fate of her brothers. As she grew older, she began to wonder about the mysterious disappearance of her 12 siblings, whom she had only vague memories of. She often asked her mother about them, but the queen always avoided the subject, her heart heavy with guilt and fear. One day, while exploring the castle, Lily stumbled upon the dark, secret chamber where the 12 coffins were hidden. Her curiosity piqued. She entered the chamber and was shocked to find the small coffins, each engraved with the name of one of her brothers. She realized that something terrible had happened to them, and she was determined to find out the truth. Lily confronted her mother, who, overcome with emotion, finally revealed the prophecy and the truth about the brothers' disappearance. Lily was devastated to learn that she had unknowingly been the cause of their exile. She vowed to find her brothers and bring them back, no matter the cost. With a heavy heart, Lily set out on a journey to find her 12 brothers. She travelled through forests and valleys, over mountains and rivers, guided only by her love for her siblings. Days turned into weeks, and just when she began to despair, she came upon a small cottage deep in the forest. The cottage was simple but sturdy, with smoke curling up from the chimney, and a garden full of wildflowers growing around it. Lily approached the cottage and knocked on the door. To her surprise and joy, the door was opened by her eldest brother. The moment he saw her, he recognized her immediately, and tears of happiness filled his eyes. He called out to the others, and soon all 12 brothers were gathered around, embracing their sister with love and relief. The brothers welcomed Lily into their home, and she told them of her journey and the prophecy that had driven them apart. The brothers, touched by her bravery and determination, reassured her that they did not blame her for the prophecy. They were overjoyed to be reunited with their beloved sister and vowed to find a way to break the curse. For a time they lived happily together in the forest, but the shadow of the prophecy still loomed over them. The brothers knew that they could not return to the castle until the curse was lifted. They searched for a way to break the spell, consulting with wise men and women, and even seeking out the old woman who had spoken the prophecy. The old woman told them that the curse could only be broken if Lily performed an act of great sacrifice and love. She must weave 12 shirts from star flowers and place them on each of her brothers. During this time she must remain silent and not utter a single word until the task was complete. If she succeeded, the curse would be broken and they could return to the kingdom as a family. Lily, determined to save her brothers, agreed to the task. She gathered star flowers from the forest and began to weave the shirts, her fingers working tirelessly, day and night. The brothers supported her in every way they could, bringing her food and watching over her as she worked. Though it was difficult for Lily to remain silent, she never wavered in her resolve. As the days passed, the shirts began to take shape, and hope grew in the hearts of the brothers. They knew that once the last shirt was finished, the curse would be broken, and they could return home. Lily's love for her brothers shone through in every stitch, and her determination gave her the strength to see the task through to the end. Finally, the day came when the last shirt was completed. Lily, exhausted but triumphant, placed the shirts on her brothers one by one. As she did, a magical transformation took place. The curse was lifted, and the brothers were freed from their fate. They embraced Lily, their hearts overflowing with gratitude and love. With the curse broken, the 12 brothers and their sister returned to the kingdom. The queen, overjoyed to see her sons and daughters safe and sound, welcomed them with open arms. The prophecy had been fulfilled, not through tragedy, but through the power of love and sacrifice. The royal family was reunited, and the kingdom celebrated their return with a grand feast. The 12 brothers, now free from the shadow of the prophecy, became noble men of the kingdom, each contributing to its prosperity and peace. Lily, who had saved her brothers through her love and courage, was honoured as the true heroine of the tale. As you settle into bed and let this story of love, sacrifice and family wash over you, may it bring you comfort and peace. The tale of the 12 brothers is a reminder that even in the face of great challenges, the bonds of love and family can overcome any obstacle. Let this serene storytelling guide you into a restful night's sleep, where dreams of courage and unity may carry you into the morning light. Story 8. Once upon a time, in a kingdom where lush forests spread as far as the eye could see, and rivers wound like silver ribbons through the valleys, there lived a wise and just king. This king ruled with a fair hand, ensuring that his subjects were prosperous and happy. But despite the peace and tranquility of his kingdom, there was one great sorrow that troubled the hearts of the people and the king alike. A wild and fearsome boar had come down from the mountains, wreaking havoc upon the land. The boar destroyed crops, terrorized villages, and even attacked travelers who dared to cross its path. The people lived in constant fear, unable to find peace while the beast roamed free. The king, determined to protect his kingdom and bring an end to the suffering of his people, declared that whoever could slay the boar would be richly rewarded. The hero who succeeded would receive the king's favour, a great portion of the royal treasure, and even the hand of the king's daughter in marriage. The promise of such a reward drew the bravest men from all corners of the kingdom, each eager to prove his worth and claim the prize. Among those who answered the king's call were two brothers, both strong and courageous, though very different in nature. The elder brother was a proud and ambitious man, driven by a deep desire for power and wealth. The younger brother, in contrast, was gentle and kind-hearted, content with his simple life and motivated by a sense of duty rather than greed. The brothers set out together, armed with spears and accompanied by hounds, to track down the fearsome boar. They journeyed into the dense forest where the boar was known to dwell, the trees casting long shadows over their path as the sun began to sink low in the sky. The elder brother, eager to claim the glory for himself, suggested that they separate and search the forest alone. "We will cover more ground this way," he said, though his true intention was to outshine his younger brother and return to the king as the sole victor. The younger brother, trusting his elder sibling and harbouring no thoughts of competition, agreed to the plan. The two brothers parted ways, each plunging deeper into the forest. The elder brother moved quickly, driven by the promise of the reward, while the younger brother took his time, moving carefully through the trees, attuned to the sounds of the forest around him. As the younger brother ventured further into the woods, he came upon a small stream where he decided to rest. The water was clear and cool, and he knelt by the stream to quench his thirst. As he did, he noticed a strange and beautiful bone lying half buried in the earth beside the stream. It was unlike any bone he had ever seen, smooth and polished, and it seemed to glow faintly in the dim light of the forest. Intrigued, he picked up the bone, marvelling at its delicate shape and the way it fit perfectly in his hand. As he held the bone, a strange and wondrous thing happened. The bone began to sing, its haunting melody rising softly from within, as if it held the voice of the forest itself. The song was both beautiful and sorrowful, and as the younger brother listened, he realized that the bone was telling a story of betrayal, loss, and the power of truth. Unbeknownst to the younger brother, the bone had once belonged to a noble creature that had been slain by the same wild boar they were hunting. The boar had devoured the creature, leaving only this bone behind, which had absorbed the spirit of the fallen animal. Now, through the magic of the forest, the bone sang of its fate, sharing its story with anyone who would listen. Moved by the bone's song, the younger brother decided to keep it with him as a talisman, feeling a strange sense of connection to the lost creature. He continued his journey through the forest, the bone's melody still echoing in his mind, guiding him as he tracked the fearsome boar. Meanwhile, the elder brother had encountered the boar deep in the heart of the forest. The beast was as terrifying as the stories had described, its tusks gleaming like swords and its eyes burning with a fierce, wild light. The elder brother, driven by ambition and the desire for glory, attacked the boar with all his might. But the beast was strong and cunning, and a fierce battle ensued. As the battle raged on, the elder brother began to tire. The boar, sensing his exhaustion, lunged at him with renewed ferocity. Just as the elder brother was about to be overwhelmed, the younger brother arrived, drawn to the scene by the sound of the struggle. Without hesitation, he rushed to his brother's aid, using the bone as a charm to guide his spear. With a single, well-aimed thrust, the younger brother struck the boar, killing it instantly. The forest fell silent, and the two brothers stood over the fallen beast, their breaths heavy with relief. The younger brother, always humble, was content with the victory and sought no recognition for himself. He suggested that they return to the king together, sharing the reward equally. But the elder brother, consumed by jealousy and greed, saw an opportunity to claim the glory for himself. As they made their way back through the forest, he began to plot. His heart, once filled with brotherly love, had become twisted with envy, and he could not bear the thought of his younger brother sharing in the reward. When they reached a secluded part of the forest, far from any prying eyes, the elder brother turned on his sibling. With a sudden and brutal attack, he struck the younger brother down, silencing him forever. The elder brother buried his brother's body in the earth beneath an ancient oak tree, covering the grave with leaves and branches to hide his terrible deed. He then took the boar and returned to the king, claiming that he alone had slain the beast. The king, unaware of the treachery, praised the elder brother for his bravery and rewarded him with riches and honours. The elder brother was celebrated throughout the kingdom, and he soon forgot the crime he had committed, content in his new life of wealth and power. But the forest, with its ancient magic, did not forget. The spirit of the younger brother lingered in the bone he had found, and the song it sang grew louder and more insistent as the days passed. One day, a shepherd who was tending his flock near the ancient oak tree heard the strange and beautiful melody. Drawn by the sound, he searched the ground until he uncovered the bone, still singing its sorrowful song. The shepherd, amazed by what he had found, took the bone to the king, hoping to discover its origin. When the king heard the bone's haunting melody, he was deeply moved. The song told of the elder brother's betrayal, revealing the truth of what had happened in the forest. The king, shocked and saddened by the revelation, immediately ordered the elder brother to be brought before him. Confronted with the truth, the elder brother could no longer hide his guilt. The bone's song had exposed his treachery, and he confessed to the murder of his younger brother. The king, filled with sorrow and anger, stripped the elder brother of his titles and wealth and banished him from the kingdom forever. The king, in his grief, ordered that the younger brother's remains be found and given a proper burial. The people of the kingdom mourned the loss of the noble and kind-hearted young man, and the story of the singing bone was passed down through the generations as a reminder of the power of truth and the consequences of betrayal. As you close your eyes tonight, let the tale of the singing bone bring you comfort and peace. The story teaches us that even in the face of darkness and deceit, the truth will always find a way to be heard. The gentle melody of the bone's song, like a whisper in the night, reminds us that justice and goodness will prevail, even when hidden deep within the forest of life's challenges. May this tranquil tale ease your mind and guide you into a restful and restorative sleep, where dreams of truth and harmony will carry you through the night. Story 9. In a small, humble village by the sea, where the waves gently lapped against the shore and the salt air filled the lungs with a sense of calm, there lived a fisherman and his wife. Their home was a simple hut made of driftwood and thatch, nestled close to the beach, where the fisherman spent his days casting his net into the sea, hoping to catch enough fish to feed his small family. The fisherman was content with his life, grateful for the beauty of the sea and the peace it brought him, while his wife, though loving, was often restless and dissatisfied with their meagre existence. Every morning the fisherman would rise before dawn, his old boots crunching on the sandy path as he made his way to the water's edge. The sea, in all its vastness, was both his livelihood and his solace. The gentle sound of the waves and the cries of the seagulls overhead brought him a sense of tranquility that few other things could. He would sit in his small wooden boat, his hands deftly mending his nets as he waited for the fish to bite. One morning, as the sun began to rise, casting a soft golden light over the rippling surface of the water, the fisherman felt a strong tug on his line. With practiced skill, he began to reel in his catch, expecting to find the usual fish flapping in his net. But as he pulled the line closer, he was astonished to see a large, shimmering fish, unlike any he had ever seen before. Its scales gleamed with a strange, iridescent light, and its eyes, wide and intelligent, seemed to glow with an otherworldly wisdom. To the fisherman's great surprise, the fish began to speak. "Please, good fisherman, do not take my life," the fish pleaded, its voice gentle and clear. "I am no ordinary fish, but a prince enchanted by a powerful spell. If you spare me and set me free, I will grant you anything you wish." The fisherman, though shocked to hear a fish speak, was a kind and compassionate man. He had no desire to harm the creature, especially after hearing its plea. "I have no wish to take your life," he said, gently releasing the fish back into the sea. "Go in peace, and may you find your freedom." The fish disappeared beneath the waves, leaving the fisherman to marvel at the strange encounter. He returned home that evening with his catch, and as he prepared the fish for supper, he told his wife the story of the enchanted fish and the wish he had been offered. His wife, upon hearing the tale, was filled with excitement and ambition. "Why didn't you ask for something, husband?" she exclaimed, her eyes bright with possibilities. "We live in this wretched, cramped hut, scraping by day after day. You could have asked for a nicer house, or more money, or anything to make our lives better." The fisherman, content with his simple life, had not considered asking for anything. But seeing the eager look in his wife's eyes, he decided to return to the sea the next day and call upon the fish, hoping to fulfill his wife's wish. The next morning, the fisherman walked back to the beach, the sky heavy with clouds that mirrored the unease growing in his heart. He stood at the water's edge and called out to the fish, his voice carried by the wind over the waves. "Fish of the sea, hear my plea," he called. "My wife has a wish please granted to me." The sea, which had been calm, suddenly grew restless, the waves churning as if stirred by a great force. The fisherman watched in awe as the enchanted fish reappeared, its scales shimmering with the colours of the deep ocean. "What does your wife wish for, good fisherman?" the fish asked, its voice steady and knowing. "My wife wishes for a nice house," the fisherman replied hesitantly. "A proper home where we can live comfortably." The fish nodded, its eyes glinting with a strange light. "Return home and you shall find your wish granted." The fisherman thanked the fish and hurried back to his hut. But as he approached the spot where his old, weathered home had stood, he stopped in amazement. In place of the small, humble hut, there now stood a beautiful cottage with whitewashed walls, a thatched roof, and a neat garden filled with flowers. His wife was standing in the doorway, her face alight with joy as she beckoned him inside. For a time, the fisherman and his wife were happy. The new house was more than they had ever dreamed of, with a warm hearth, comfortable furniture, and plenty of space to live and work. The fisherman continued his daily trips to the sea, content in the knowledge that his wife was satisfied. But as the days passed, the wife's happiness began to fade. She grew restless once more, her thoughts consumed by the idea that there was still more to be had. "This house is lovely," she said to her husband one evening, as they sat by the fire, "but it is still just a cottage. If the fish can grant us a house, perhaps it can grant us a grander wish." The fisherman, who had learned to recognize the look of longing in his wife's eyes, sighed deeply. He loved his wife and wanted to make her happy, but he also knew that each wish seemed to lead to more dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, he agreed to return to the sea and ask the fish for another favor. The next morning, under a sky that was now thick with dark clouds, the fisherman made his way back to the shore. The wind had picked up, and the sea was rougher than before. But he stood at the edge of the water and called out once again. "Fish of the sea, hear my plea," he called, his voice tinged with reluctance. "My wife has a new wish, please grant it to me." The waves roared in response, and the fish appeared once more, its scales now glinting with a dark, stormy hue. "What does your wife wish for this time?" "Good fisherman," the fish asked, its voice less gentle than before. "My wife wishes for a grand house," the fisherman replied, his heart heavy, "a palace fit for a queen." The fish regarded the fisherman with its wise, unblinking eyes, and then it spoke. "Return home, and you shall find your wish granted." The fisherman thanked the fish, though his gratitude was mixed with unease, and he hurried back to his wife. When he reached the spot where the cottage had stood, he was stunned to find a magnificent palace in its place. The palace was grand and imposing, with tall towers, wide courtyards, and opulent rooms filled with fine furniture and tapestries. His wife, now dressed in rich clothes, greeted him with a smile that barely masked her growing hunger for more. For a time, the wife revelled in her newfound luxury. She held grand feasts, entertained noble guests, and adorned herself with jewels and silks. But it wasn't long before she grew discontented once again. "Husband," she said one day, her voice filled with impatience, "this palace is grand, but I want more. I wish to be a queen with power over all the land. Go back to the fish and tell it my new wish." The fisherman's heart sank. He had seen the fish's eyes grow darker with each wish, and he feared what might happen if they continued to push their luck. But he could not refuse his wife, and so, with a heavy heart, he returned to the shore, where the sea now raged with waves that crashed violently against the rocks. "Fish of the sea, hear my plea," he called out, his voice nearly drowned by the roar of the storm. "My wife has a new wish, please grant it to me." The fish emerged from the turbulent waters, its scales now dull and dark, reflecting the anger of the sea. "What does your wife wish for now? "Good fisherman," the fish asked, its voice cold and forbidding. "My wife wishes to be a queen," the fisherman replied, though he feared the consequences of such a request. The fish was silent for a long moment, and when it finally spoke, its voice was filled with a sense of finality. "Return home, and you shall find your wish granted." The fisherman, his heart heavy with dread, returned home once more. But when he reached the spot where the palace had stood, he found, to his astonishment, that it was gone. In its place was the old, humble hut, just as it had been before. His wife, now dressed in her simple clothes, was standing in the doorway, her face pale with shock. The fisherman realized that the fish had granted the true wish, one that would return them to their original life, free from the greed and dissatisfaction that had consumed them. The sea had taken back all that it had given, leaving the fisherman and his wife with nothing but each other and the simple life they had once known. The fisherman and his wife, humbled by the experience, learned to appreciate the life they had. They returned to their simple routines, the fisherman casting his nets into the sea each morning, and his wife tending to their small garden and home. The lessons of their wishes remained with them, teaching them that true contentment comes not from material wealth, but from the love and peace that can be found in a humble life. As you close your eyes tonight, let the soft story of the fisherman and his wife remind you of the importance of gratitude and contentment. The tale is a gentle whisper in the night, urging us to appreciate the simple joys of life and to seek peace in the quiet moments that surround us. May this whispered legend soothe you as you drift into a restful sleep, where dreams of calm seas and peaceful shores await. Story 10. In a faraway land, nestled between rolling hills and dark, mysterious forests, there lived a man and his wife who longed for a child more than anything in the world. For years they prayed and hoped, but their home remained empty and their hearts heavy with the weight of unfulfilled dreams. One day, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, their prayers were finally answered. The wife discovered she was with child, and the joy that filled their small home was beyond measure. The couple began to make plans for the arrival of their little one, and their days were spent in eager anticipation. Their cottage stood near a tall stone wall that separated their home from a beautiful garden filled with the most exquisite flowers, herbs and vegetables. This garden belonged to a powerful sorceress who was feared by all in the land. She was known for her beauty and her magical powers, but she was also known for her fierce temper and her ability to curse those who dared to cross her. The garden, lush and vibrant, was a place of both wonder and danger, and no one in the village dared to set foot within its walls. One evening, as the wife stood by the window, she caught sight of the garden beyond the wall. There in the moonlight, she saw the most beautiful rampion, a type of leafy vegetable growing among the other plants. The sight of it filled her with an intense craving, a longing so strong that it began to consume her thoughts. Day after day, the desire for the rampion grew, until she could think of nothing else. She knew that if she did not have it, she would surely waste away. Seeing his wife's distress, the husband was filled with worry. He could not bear to see her suffer, especially now that they were expecting their first child. Though he feared the sorceress and her wrath, his love for his wife was stronger. He resolved to find a way to get the rampion she so desperately desired. One night, under the cover of darkness, the husband climbed over the high stone wall and entered the sorceress's garden. The moonlight illuminated the path as he made his way through the rows of plants, his heart pounding with fear. He quickly gathered a handful of rampion and hurried back to his wife, praying that the sorceress would not discover his theft. The wife was overjoyed when she saw the rampion, and she ate it with great relish, but the taste only deepened her craving, and the next day she begged her husband to fetch more. Unable to refuse her, the husband returned to the garden once again, and again he stole more of the precious rampion. This time, however, the sorceress was waiting. As the man gathered the rampion, a shadow fell over him, and he looked up to see the sorceress standing before him, her eyes blazing with anger. "How dare you steal from my garden?" she hissed, her voice like ice. "You will pay dearly for this trespass." The husband, trembling with fear, fell to his knees and pleaded for mercy. He explained how his wife had been overcome with longing for the rampion, how she had fallen ill with desire, and how he had only sought to ease her suffering. The sorceress listened, her anger slowly giving way to a more calculating expression. "Very well," she said after a long pause. "I will not harm you, but in exchange for the rampion you must give me the child your wife carries. When she is born, she will belong to me." The husband was horrified by the demand, but he knew that he had no choice. To defy the sorceress would mean certain death for him, and possibly for his wife as well. With a heavy heart, he agreed to the terrible bargain. In time, the wife gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, just as they had dreamed. But their joy was short-lived, for the sorceress soon came to claim the child. She named the baby Rapunzel, after the rampion that had been her mother's craving, and took her away to raise as her own. As Rapunzel grew, she became more beautiful with each passing year. Her golden hair was long and lustrous, reaching down to her waist, and her eyes sparkled like the clearest blue sky. But despite her beauty, Rapunzel's life was one of loneliness. The sorceress, determined to keep her hidden from the world, took her to a tall tower deep in the forest. The tower had no doors or stairs, only a single window at the very top, and it was there that Rapunzel lived, cut off from all human contact. Each day, the sorceress would visit Rapunzel, standing at the base of the tower and calling out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Rapunzel would then lower her long golden braid out of the window, and the sorceress would climb up, using the braid as a rope. This was the only way in and out of the tower, and Rapunzel's hair became both her connection to the outside world and her prison. Despite her isolation, Rapunzel found ways to occupy her time. She sang sweet songs that echoed through the forest, filling the air with her beautiful voice. Birds would perch on the windowsill, drawn to her melodies, and she would talk to them as if they were old friends. The forest creatures, sensing her loneliness, would gather beneath the tower, listening to her songs and offering her what little company they could. But as the years passed, Rapunzel began to long for more. She had never seen another human being besides the sorceress, and she yearned to know what lay beyond the tower walls. Her heart ached with the desire to explore the world, to see the sky from a different vantage point, to feel the earth beneath her feet. One day, a young prince was riding through the forest, hunting with his companions, when he heard the most beautiful singing he had ever encountered. The sound was so pure, so full of emotion, that he stopped in his tracks, captivated by the voice that seemed to float on the breeze. He followed the sound, winding through the trees until he came to the base of the tall tower. The prince looked up and saw Rapunzel at the window, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. He was struck by her beauty and the sadness in her song, and he knew that he must find a way to meet her. But the tower had no door, and the walls were too smooth to climb. The prince, determined not to give up, hid among the trees and waited. The next day, the prince returned and watched as the sorceress approached the tower. He listened as she called out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair," and saw how Rapunzel lowered her braid, allowing the sorceress to climb up. The prince now knew how to reach the girl in the tower. After the sorceress had left, the prince stepped out of his hiding place and called up to the window in the same manner. "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair," he cried, his voice gentle and reassuring. Rapunzel, thinking it was the sorceress, let down her golden braid. But when the prince began to climb, she realized with a start that this was not the voice she was accustomed to hearing. When the prince reached the top and climbed into the tower, Rapunzel was both frightened and curious. She had never seen a man before, and the sight of the prince, with his kind eyes and gentle smile, both excited and confused her. The prince quickly reassured her, explaining how he had been drawn by her singing and how he had found a way to climb the tower. Rapunzel, sensing his sincerity, soon felt at ease with him. They talked for hours, sharing stories of their lives, and Rapunzel felt a connection she had never known before. The prince, too, was enchanted by her innocence and beauty, and as the days went by, he visited her often, always calling out to her in the same way to be let up. As their friendship grew, so did their love for one another. The prince promised to find a way to free Rapunzel from the tower, to take her away from her lonely life, and show her the world she had always longed to see. Rapunzel, filled with hope and excitement, began to plan her escape. But the sorceress, suspicious of Rapunzel's newfound happiness, soon discovered their secret meetings. In a fit of rage, she cut off Rapunzel's golden hair and banished her to a remote desert, far from the tower and the prince. The sorceress then used the cut braid to trick the prince, letting him climb up to the tower, only to confront him with the bitter truth. In her fury, she cursed him, and he fell from the tower, blinded by the thorns that grew at its base. The prince, heartbroken and blind, wandered through the wilderness, searching for his lost love. He travelled for years, guided only by his memories of Rapunzel's voice and the hope that he might one day find her again. Rapunzel, too, suffered in her exile, but she never lost hope. She lived alone in the desert, raising the twins she bore from her love for the prince, waiting for the day they might be reunited. One day, as Rapunzel was singing a lullaby to her children, the prince heard her voice carried on the wind. Though he could not see, he followed the sound, his heart filled with longing and love. As he drew closer, Rapunzel recognized him and ran to his side. She embraced him, her tears of joy falling onto his eyes, and in that moment his sight was miraculously restored. Reunited at last, the prince and Rapunzel returned to his kingdom, where they were welcomed with open arms. They lived a long and happy life together, their love stronger than ever, and their story became one of hope and enduring devotion. As you close your eyes tonight, Let the comforting tale of Rapunzel lull you into a peaceful sleep. Her story is one of love, perseverance, and the belief that no matter how high the tower or how dark the forest, hope will always find a way to bring light into our lives. May this bedtime bliss carry you into the sweetest of dreams, where love conquers all and happiness is always within reach. Story 11. In a kingdom far away, where the mountains touched the sky and the forests were deep and ancient, there lived a wise and noble king. His realm was peaceful, his people were prosperous, and his lands were filled with beauty. The king had 3 sons, each strong and brave in his own way, and they were the pride of his heart. The eldest was wise beyond his years, the middle son was courageous and bold, and the youngest was gentle and kind, with a heart full of compassion. The king loved his sons dearly and often dreamed of the day when one of them would succeed him on the throne. In the heart of the king's land there was a magnificent garden renowned for its rare and beautiful trees. Among them stood a tree that bore golden apples fruit so precious that their mere existence was a symbol of the king's wealth and power. Every year the tree would produce a single apple, and every year the king would hold a grand celebration to honor the event. The golden apple was a treasure like no other, shining brightly and filling all who saw it with awe. But one year, as the time came for the golden apple to ripen, a terrible thing happened. The apple vanished overnight, taken by an unknown thief. The king was distraught, and though he ordered his guards to search the kingdom, no trace of the stolen apple was found. The loss of the apple weighed heavily on the king's heart, and he feared that the thief would return the following year to steal the next apple. The king's 3 sons, determined to ease their father's sorrow, vowed to catch the thief. The eldest son, with his keen intellect, was the first to take up the challenge. He volunteered to keep watch in the garden overnight, confident that he could outsmart the thief. As the night fell, he settled himself beneath the golden apple tree, his eyes sharp and his senses alert. But as the hours passed and the night grew darker, the eldest son grew drowsy. The gentle rustle of the leaves and the soft whisper of the wind lulled him into a deep sleep. When the first light of dawn broke through the trees, he awoke with a start, only to discover that the golden apple had once again disappeared. The thief had come and gone without a trace, and the eldest son returned to the palace with a heavy heart, ashamed of his failure. The following year, the middle son took up the task. He was determined to succeed where his elder brother had failed, relying on his courage and strength. He armed himself with a sword and vowed to stay awake through the night. But as the darkness deepened, the quiet of the garden and the stillness of the night overcame him. Despite his best efforts, he too fell into a deep sleep, and when morning came, the golden apple was gone once more. The youngest son, seeing his brother's failure, asked for his turn to watch over the tree. The king, though hesitant to let his youngest and most beloved son take on the challenge, agreed. The youngest son was not as strong as his brothers, nor as clever, but he had a heart full of kindness and determination. He prepared himself for the night's vigil, bringing with him nothing but his faith and resolve. As night fell and the garden was bathed in the soft light of the moon, the youngest son took his place beneath the tree. He kept his eyes wide open, listening to the sounds of the night. The hours passed, and though the night was peaceful, he felt a presence in the air, something that made his heart quicken. He fought against the pull of sleep, determined to stay awake. Just as the night was at its darkest, the young prince heard a faint rustling above him. He looked up and saw a flash of gold in the moonlight. High in the branches of the tree, a magnificent golden bird was perched, its feathers gleaming as if they were made of the finest gold. The bird, as beautiful as it was rare, was the thief that had been stealing the golden apples. The youngest son, filled with wonder, slowly reached for his bow. He nocked an arrow, took careful aim, and released it into the night. The arrow did not harm the bird, but it struck one of its golden feathers, which floated down to the ground like a golden leaf. The bird, startled, took flight and disappeared into the night sky, but the feather remained. The youngest son picked up the feather, marvelling at its beauty. He knew that the bird would return for the next apple, and he hurried back to the palace to show his father what he had discovered. The king, upon seeing the golden feather, was filled with both joy and determination. He realized that the bird itself was the true treasure, far more valuable than the apples it had stolen. The king declared that whoever could bring him the golden bird would be rewarded with half the kingdom. The eldest and middle sons, eager to redeem themselves and claim the reward, set out on the quest together. The youngest son, though less ambitious, also wished to find the bird, not for the reward, but to ease his father's sorrow. The brothers travelled far and wide, each following his own path. The eldest and middle sons, driven by pride and competition, sought the bird with all their might, but their hearts were not pure. They encountered many obstacles on their journey, dangerous beasts, treacherous landscapes, and false leads, but their impatience and arrogance led them astray, and they soon lost their way. The youngest son, meanwhile, travelled with a different spirit. He was guided not by ambition, but by kindness and a desire to do what was right. As he journeyed through forests and over mountains, he encountered many creatures. Some were small and helpless, others were wise and mysterious. The young prince treated them all with respect and compassion, and in return they offered him guidance and help. One day, as he travelled through a dense forest, the youngest son came across an old man sitting by the side of the road. The man was dressed in tattered robes, and his face was weathered with age, but his eyes sparkled with wisdom. The young prince greeted the man kindly and offered him some of the bread he carried. The old man, grateful for the prince's generosity, smiled and said, "You are searching for the golden bird, are you not?" The prince nodded, surprised that the man knew of his quest. "Yes, I seek the golden bird to bring it back to my father's kingdom." The old man's smile deepened. "The bird you seek is indeed a rare and precious creature, but it is not easily caught. You must be wise and patient, and most of all, you must keep your heart pure." The old man then gave the prince a small, golden whistle shaped like a delicate leaf. "Blow this whistle when you are near the bird, and it will help you. But remember, the bird must come to you willingly. If you try to force it, you will lose it forever." The young prince thanked the old man and continued on his journey, the whistle tucked safely in his pocket. He travelled for many days and nights, guided by the wisdom of the creatures he met along the way. Finally, he arrived at a beautiful, enchanted garden, more magnificent than any he had ever seen. In the centre of the garden stood a tree, and perched on one of its branches was the golden bird, its feathers shimmering in the sunlight. The prince approached the bird slowly, his heart filled with awe. He took out the golden whistle and gently blew into it. The sweet, melodious sound filled the air, and the bird turned its head toward the prince. For a moment, their eyes met, and the prince felt a deep connection with the creature, as if they understood each other. The golden bird, drawn by the pure sound of the whistle and the kindness in the prince's heart, flew down from the tree and perched on the prince's shoulder. The prince smiled, feeling the lightness of the bird's touch and the warmth of its presence. He knew that the bird had chosen him not as a captor, but as a friend. With the golden bird perched on his shoulder, the young prince returned to his father's kingdom. The people marveled at the sight of the magnificent creature, and the king was overjoyed to see his son return with the bird. But more than that, the king was proud of his youngest son, who had succeeded not through force or ambition, but through kindness and wisdom. The golden bird brought great prosperity and peace to the kingdom, and the youngest son, who had won the bird's trust, was honoured by all. He did not seek power or wealth, but rather he continued to live with the same gentle heart that had guided him on his journey. As the years passed, the kingdom flourished, and the golden bird became a symbol of hope and harmony. The young prince, now a wise and beloved ruler, led his people with the same compassion that had earned him the bird's trust. As you close your eyes tonight, let the serene story of the golden bird ease you into sleep. The tale reminds us that true treasures are found not in riches or power, but in the purity of the heart and the kindness we show to others. May this gentle dream carry you into a peaceful night, where the golden bird's song fills your dreams with light and warmth. Story 12. In a kingdom far from the noise and bustle of the world, where the fields were green and the rivers flowed clear and pure, there lived a young princess who was as gentle as the morning dew, and as fair as the first bloom of spring. This princess was beloved by all who knew her, for her heart was as kind as it was true. She had grown up in the royal palace, surrounded by beauty and comfort, but her life was one of quiet simplicity. She preferred the company of animals and the peace of the garden to the grandeur of the court. Her mother, the queen, had taught her the values of kindness, patience, and humility, and the princess embodied these virtues in all that she did. As the princess came of age, her mother, who had always been a wise and loving guide, became concerned for her daughter's future. The queen knew that the time had come for the princess to marry and take her place in the world beyond the palace walls. With great care, the queen arranged a marriage for her daughter to a prince from a neighbouring kingdom, a match that was both politically advantageous and personally promising. The prince was known for his honour and good nature, and the queen felt confident that her daughter would be happy in this new life. The time came for the princess to leave her home and journey to the distant kingdom where her betrothed awaited her. The queen, knowing the dangers and uncertainties of such a journey, provided her daughter with a faithful maidservant to accompany her. This maidservant had been with the princess since childhood and was trusted implicitly. The queen also gave her daughter a magical charm, a small handkerchief embroidered with 3 drops of her own blood. This handkerchief, the queen explained, would protect the princess from harm and keep her safe during her travels. The princess, though sad to leave her mother and her home, was filled with hope for the future. She and the maidservant set off on the long journey, travelling through forests and valleys, across rivers and mountains. The princess, trusting in the kindness of the world, did not foresee the treachery that would soon befall her. As they journeyed, the maidservant, who had always harboured secret envy of the princess's beauty and status, began to grow resentful. The sight of the princess's simple grace, her quiet dignity, and the love she received from all they met along the way only fueled the maidservant's jealousy. One day, as they stopped by a stream to rest and drink, the maidservant saw her opportunity to act on her dark feelings. When the princess knelt by the stream to drink from the cool, clear water, the maidservant approached her from behind and snatched the magical handkerchief from her hands. The moment the handkerchief was taken, the princess felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of vulnerability. She turned to face her maidservant, but before she could speak, the maidservant's expression changed from one of feigned concern to cold cruelty. From now on, the maidservant hissed, "You will do as I say. You will no longer be the princess, and I will take your place. If you tell anyone the truth, I will make sure that you never see your prince or your mother again." The princess, shocked and terrified, was too gentle to resist. She knew she had no choice but to comply, for without the protection of the handkerchief, she felt utterly powerless. The maidservant forced the princess to exchange clothes with her, and soon the two appeared to have switched roles. The princess, now dressed in the simple garb of a servant, was made to walk behind the maidservant, who rode in the fine carriage meant for the true bride. When they arrived at the palace of the prince, the maidservant presented herself as the princess. The prince, who had never seen his betrothed before, welcomed her with open arms, believing her to be the gentle and kind-hearted princess he had heard so much about. The real princess, meanwhile, was forced to work as a servant, tending to the geese in the royal stables. She was given the name Goose Girl and was treated with little regard by those who now believed her to be nothing more than a common maid. Despite her dire circumstances, the princess did not lose her gentle spirit. She took to her new duties with quiet dignity, caring for the geese with the same kindness she had once shown to the animals in her mother's garden. The geese, sensing her true nature, became her loyal companions, and she would often speak to them in soft, soothing tones as she tended to their needs. Each day, the Goose Girl would lead the geese out to graze in the meadows, where she found solace in the beauty of the natural world. The fields were vast and open, the sky above was wide and blue, and the wind carried the sweet scent of wildflowers. It was in these peaceful moments that the princess could almost forget her troubles, allowing herself to dream of a better future. One day, as the Goose Girl was sitting by a brook, weaving a garland of flowers, she noticed that the water in the brook was sparkling unusually bright. Curious, she leaned closer and saw, reflected in the water, a vision of her mother, the Queen. The sight of her mother's face filled her with both joy and sorrow, and she began to weep softly. Unbeknownst to the Goose Girl, the prince, who had grown suspicious of the false princess's cold and arrogant behaviour, had been watching her from a distance. He had often observed the Goose Girl as she tended to the geese, noting her gentle manner and the sadness that seemed to linger in her eyes. That day he saw her sitting by the brook, her tears falling into the water, and his heart was moved. The prince approached her quietly, not wishing to startle her. "Why do you weep, gentle maiden?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. The Goose Girl looked up, surprised to see the prince standing before her. She quickly wiped away her tears and lowered her eyes. "I weep for my lost life," she whispered, not daring to reveal the full truth. The prince, sensing that there was more to the story, gently pressed her for more. "Tell me, what troubles you so? I have seen how you care for the geese with such kindness. You do not seem like an ordinary maid." At these words, the Goose Girl could no longer keep her secret. She told the prince the entire story, from the day she left her mother's home to the moment she was forced to take on the role of a servant. She spoke of the treachery of the maidservant, the loss of the magical handkerchief, and the deep sorrow she felt at being separated from her true identity. The prince listened intently, and as he did, he realized that this gentle, kind-hearted maiden before him was the true princess, the one he'd been meant to marry. Anger flared in his heart at the deception that had been played on him, but he also felt a great sense of relief that he had discovered the truth. "Do not fear," the prince said, taking the Goose Girl's hand in his. "You will no longer suffer in silence. I will restore you to your rightful place, and the truth will be known." The prince returned to the palace with the Goose Girl by his side, and he immediately confronted the false princess. The maidservant, seeing that her deception had been uncovered, tried to flee, but she was quickly apprehended. The prince ordered that she be brought before the court to face justice for her treachery. In front of the entire court, the prince revealed the true identity of the Goose Girl, presenting her as the rightful princess. The court was shocked by the revelation, but as they looked upon the Goose Girl, they could see the truth in her gentle eyes and the grace with which she carried herself. The maidservant was banished from the kingdom, and the Goose Girl was restored to her rightful place as the princess. The prince, who had come to love her for her true nature, asked her to be his bride. The princess, overjoyed to be free from her torment, and to have found such a noble and kind-hearted prince, gladly accepted. Their wedding was a grand celebration, filled with joy and love. The princess's mother, the queen, attended the ceremony, and there was not a dry eye in the palace as mother and daughter were reunited. The geese, who had been the princess's only companions during her time of trial, were given a special place in the royal gardens, where they lived out their days in peace and comfort. The princess and the prince ruled the kingdom with kindness and wisdom, their love for each other growing stronger with each passing day. The story of the Goose Girl became a cherished legend, a tale of how true virtue and inner beauty will always triumph over deceit and cruelty. As you settle into your bed tonight, let the cozy tale of the Goose Girl calm your mind and bring you comfort. The story is a reminder that no matter how dark the night may seem, the light of truth and love will always find a way to shine through. May this softly spoken tale guide you into a peaceful sleep, where your dreams are filled with the gentle grace of the Goose Girl and the warmth of a happy ending. Story 13. In a quiet village, where the days passed in gentle rhythms and the nights were filled with the soothing sounds of nature, there lived a little tailor. He was a modest man, small in stature but big in heart, and he spent his days in a tiny workshop, stitching clothes for the villagers. The tailor's life was simple, and he was content with his work, taking pleasure in the bright colours of the fabrics and the intricate patterns he created with his skilled hands. Despite his humble circumstances, the little tailor dreamed of adventure and excitement, and he longed for a chance to prove himself in the wider world. One warm summer morning, as the tailor was busily sewing a new coat, the sweet smell of jam filled the air, wafting in from the open window. The tailor, feeling a sudden pang of hunger, decided to take a break and enjoy a slice of bread with the delicious jam he had been saving. He spread the jam thickly on the bread and set it on the table, eager to savour the treat after his hard work. But before he could take a bite, a swarm of flies, attracted by the sweet scent, buzzed into the room and settled on the bread. The little tailor, annoyed by the intrusion, picked up a piece of cloth and swatted at the flies. To his amazement, when he lifted the cloth, he saw that he had killed 7 flies with a single blow. The tailor, pleased with his unexpected victory, decided that this small triumph deserved to be celebrated. He quickly stitched a belt for himself and embroidered it with bold letters that read, "7 at one blow." Proud of his accomplishment, the tailor decided that it was time to leave his quiet village and seek his fortune in the world beyond. With his new belt around his waist, the tailor packed a small bag with a piece of cheese and a bird he had caught earlier. He set out on the road, his heart light with the excitement of adventure. As he walked, the tailor's imagination ran wild with thoughts of the great deeds he might perform and the riches and fame that might await him. Not far from the village, the tailor came across a giant sitting by the side of the road. The giant, enormous and fearsome, was resting under a tree, his eyes half closed in a sleepy stupor. The tailor, undaunted by the giant's size, approached him with confidence. "Good day to you, my friend," the tailor called out cheerfully. The giant opened one eye and looked down at the tiny figure standing before him. "Who are you, and what do you want?" the giant rumbled, his voice as deep as thunder. The tailor, unfazed by the giant's gruff manner, proudly pointed to the words on his belt. "I am a brave man who has slain 7 at one blow," he declared. The giant, impressed by the tailor's boldness, decided to test his strength. He picked up a large stone and squeezed it until water dripped from it. "If you are as strong as you claim," the giant said, "let's see you do the same." The tailor, quick-witted as ever, took the piece of cheese from his bag and squeezed it until whey dripped from it. The giant, thinking it was a stone like his own, was amazed by the tailor's apparent strength. Next, the giant picked up a stone and threw it high into the sky, where it disappeared from sight. "Now let's see you throw something as far," the giant challenged. The tailor, undaunted, took the bird from his bag and tossed it into the air. The bird, of course, flew away and did not come back. The giant, impressed that the tailor had thrown something that never returned, began to regard him with a mix of respect and wariness. The giant then invited the tailor to spend the night in his cave, intending to test the little man further. The cave was dark and deep, with a bed made of stone and an air of quiet menace. The giant thought he could crush the tailor during the night, but the tailor, sensing the giant's intentions, decided to sleep elsewhere. He crept into a corner of the cave and lay down on a soft patch of moss, well out of the giant's reach. In the middle of the night, the giant, thinking the tailor was asleep on the stone bed, brought his enormous fist down on it with all his might, hoping to crush the tailor. But when he saw the tailor cheerfully greeting him in the morning, unharmed and well rested, the giant was filled with fear. He realized that this tiny man must be much more powerful than he appeared. The giant, not wanting to face the tailor's wrath, offered to guide him to a nearby kingdom that was plagued by two other giants who terrorized the land. "If you can defeat these giants," the giant said, "the king will surely reward you handsomely." The tailor agreed, and together they journeyed to the kingdom. The tailor was eager to prove himself and was confident in his ability to outwit the giants, just as he had done with the first one. When they arrived, the tailor found the two giants asleep under a tree, their enormous bodies sprawled out on the ground. The tailor, using his clever mind, decided that brute strength was not the way to defeat these foes. Instead, he climbed a tree and began throwing stones down at them. The giants, waking up and feeling the stones hit them, thought the other was attacking. Enraged, they turned on each other, and in their fury, they fought until they had both been vanquished. The tailor, watching from the safety of the tree, smiled at his success. He descended from the tree and made his way to the king's palace to claim his reward. When the king heard that the tailor had defeated the two giants, he was overjoyed. The kingdom had been terrorized by these monsters for years, and the tailor's victory brought peace to the land. The king, true to his word, offered the tailor not only a great sum of gold, but also his daughter's hand in marriage. The tailor, though flattered, was more interested in the adventure than in settling down. He graciously accepted the gold, but politely declined the princess's hand. "I am a simple tailor," he explained, "and my heart belongs to the open road and the challenges that lie ahead." The king, understanding the tailor's spirit, respected his decision. He gave the tailor a fine horse and wished him well on his continued journey. The tailor, with gold in his pocket and a new sense of confidence, set off once again, eager to see what other adventures the world had in store for him. As he travelled, the tailor encountered many more challenges. Some were dangerous, others were puzzling, but all were met with the same cleverness and courage that had earned him the title of the brave little tailor. His fame spread far and wide, and though he never sought wealth or power, he became known as a hero in every village and town he passed through. The tailor's journey was filled with moments of triumph and joy, but it was also marked by the simple pleasures he had always cherished: the beauty of a sunrise over a quiet meadow, the warmth of a campfire on a chilly night, and the satisfaction of a job well done. Despite his many adventures, the tailor never lost his love for the small things in life, the very things that had made his days in the village so content. As the years went by, the tailor grew older and wiser, his hair turning silver and his pace slowing. But his spirit remained as bright as ever, and his heart was still full of dreams. One day, as he sat by a stream, resting his weary feet and enjoying the peaceful sound of the water, the tailor reflected on his life. He realized that his greatest adventure had not been in defeating giants or earning riches, but in the journey itself and the people he had met, the places he had seen, and the stories he would carry with him for the rest of his days. And so, as the sun set and the world grew quiet, the brave little tailor lay down on the soft grass, his heart at peace. He closed his eyes, content in the knowledge that he had lived a life full of courage, kindness, and adventure. And as he drifted into sleep, he dreamed of new journeys yet to come, of distant lands and the endless possibilities that awaited him on the road ahead. As you close your eyes tonight, Let the relaxing journey of the brave little tailor lull you into a gentle sleep. The tale is a reminder that true bravery comes not from size or strength, but from a clever mind and a kind heart. May this sleepy time story bring you comfort and peace, guiding you into a night of restful dreams, where adventure and tranquility go hand in hand. Story 14. In a small village nestled in the heart of a wide valley, where the fields were green and the flowers bloomed in every colour of the rainbow, there lived a widow with 2 daughters. These daughters, though sisters, were as different as night and day. The elder daughter was proud and lazy, with a sharp tongue and a cold heart. She cared little for others and was content to let her mother do all the work. The younger daughter, on the other hand, was gentle and kind. She was always willing to help, her hands quick and skillful, and her heart full of warmth and compassion. The widow, who favoured her elder daughter, gave her all the comforts and privileges of the home, while the younger daughter was made to do all the chores. Day after day the younger girl would rise before dawn, spinning thread at the wheel, drawing water from the well, and cooking and cleaning. Despite the hard work, she never complained, for she had a cheerful spirit and found joy in the simple things: a bird's song at sunrise, the scent of fresh bread baking, or the feel of warm sunlight on her face. One day, as the younger daughter sat by the well spinning, her hands weary from the long hours of work, she accidentally pricked her finger on the spindle. A drop of blood fell onto the spindle, staining the wool she was spinning. In her haste to wash it off, she leaned over the well, but the spindle slipped from her grasp and fell into the deep water below. The girl gasped in dismay, for she knew her mother would be angry with her for losing the spindle. Without thinking, she leaned further over the edge of the well, trying to see where the spindle had gone, but she lost her balance and tumbled headfirst into the well. Down she fell, through the cool, dark water, until suddenly she found herself in a beautiful meadow bathed in golden sunlight. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and birds sang sweetly in the trees. The girl, astonished to find herself unharmed and in such a lovely place, stood up and looked around. As she wandered through the meadow, marvelling at the beauty around her, she came upon a strange sight. An old oven stood in the middle of the field, and from it came the sound of bread calling out, take me out, or I shall burn. I have been baked long enough." The girl, though surprised, quickly took a wooden paddle and carefully pulled the loaves of bread from the oven, setting them on a nearby table to cool. The bread, warm and golden, seemed to smile at her in gratitude. The girl continued on her way, and soon she came upon an apple tree laden with ripe, juicy fruit. The tree's branches bent low under the weight of the apples, and the tree called out to her, shake me, my apples are ripe, and they will fall to the ground if you do not gather them." The girl, always eager to help, shook the tree with all her might, and the apples fell like rain, rolling into a neat pile at her feet. She gathered them into a basket and placed them carefully under the tree, where they glistened in the sunlight like little jewels.